Good evening. I'm your host, Don Armando, and this is Open Topics with Don Armando. So, tonight, we're actually going to talk about tourism, how to be safe when you're out of a country, and the current news regarding the Pittsburgh students. I do not know how to pronounce her name, so I'm not going to butcher it, but her being missing has been in the news for quite some time right now. So, if anybody or anyone has worked in the tourist industry and know the protocol on how to overseas or in the United States, feel free to come up on the panel. I'm here. Thank you, Helen. Shout out to my homegirl Helen from the Philippines. Mabuhay. Yeah, good morning to everybody in the Philippines that is watching. All right. So Helen, in the Philippines, like in your nation, do they like for people who are tourists and everything like that? Do you know the rules or regulations, or have had family members that worked in tourism in the Philippines? I just want to know. All right, so I'm back. So tonight we're just actually talking about the events that occurred in my parents' native nation of the Dominican Republic. And there's a young woman. I do not know how to pronounce her name, but she is a Pittsburgh student on vacation in the Dominican Republic. And all of a sudden, she's been missing. The story that I've heard today is that the guy who is her boyfriend or somebody is not the main suspect. So I don't know what's going on, but I pray that she gets back home safe, because I know that in international countries, a lot of people are way more treacherous than the United States could ever have. So what the purpose of this stream tonight is, I want to get from maybe various people that actually worked in the tourism industry to see how, if you go anywhere outside the United States, what you can do, what you can't do, and most of all, what precautions you have to take when you're going to a foreign land. That's why that's the message I actually want to post out today. So if anybody has any expertise, or they have worked in the tourism industry, hit me up. I'm going to be here until whenever. That's good, Pete. All right. I'm still here. So I guess that tonight, another occurrence tonight is the blood moon. I mean, I caught the last blood moon. I think it was around 2018 or 2020. It had to be one of those years. But I'm not doing it. So just to let everybody know, we're streaming on 3 platforms: YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch. All right. What's good, Freddie? I heard that AD had a good show tonight. I guess there were, I mean, I'm good, Mr. Sacco. Tonight's topic is about how to stay safe while you're in an international country, whether it be for Americans, Europeans, whosoever. Because really, we're just actually trying to get down to an incident that actually happened in the Dominican Republic regarding a American who has Indian ancestry, and she went missing in the Dominican Republic. So I'm just saying for my viewers that may want to travel the first time outside the United States or where have you, like tips on how to actually stay safe and look at the reputation of where you're staying at the international country. Well, hey, Freddie, you're always welcome to come up. So, the link is in the description. And for everybody who's on Instagram, the link of the StreamYard link is in the description. Shout out to SY and Marvelous. So, in a little bit, Pete is about to come up because he actually has more expertise and work because he worked in hotels, etc., in the Dominican Republic. So he might have some insight on how to stay safe while you're in a foreign country, from a marine standpoint and from a standpoint because he actually worked in the tourism industry in the Dominican Republic. All right, yo, Freddie, I got a question for you, right? Who do you think is the worst dancer out of these two? That guy who calls himself the gorilla, that he's all muscular and he's dancing and a lot of people just get mad at it? Or Brandy, who actually danced way worse than anything? So out of those two, who do you think is the worst dancer? I mean, anybody's welcome to chime in. All right. No, but the first person I'm talking about, he was actually on how should I say, this guy Drewski. And he was like, for essentially the worst dancer ever. Yeah, shout out to my good friend Don Platano DJ out in Florida. Gotcha. True. All right, still here. Okay. So, according to the New York Post, which is the far right leaning newspaper, Pitt student Sadiksha Konaki's disappearance in the DR is being probed as possible foul play. Jorge Fitzgibbon. Foul play in the disappearance of the Attorney General and police of the Caribbean nation said in a release that the search for the missing co-ed now extends beyond an accidental event and examines all variables. Local media previously reported that authorities quickly came to believe that Konaki, 20, drowned after going into the water after a night out with friends. We are using all our resources to thoroughly investigate the disappearance of Konaki Sadiksha Chowdhury, and we understand the anguish this case causes to our family, Dominicans and Americans. Dominican Attorney General Jenny Berenice Reynoso said in a statement, out of all people, Jenny Berenice, his opinion. Okay, what's further said is that the young woman, all right, the young woman's, all right, and like I said, I'm just reading from the New York Post. The young woman's family, as well as the Dominican American Society, will be absolutely certain that we will continue to investigate. 2020, an Indian national from Virginia was staying with friends at the RIU Hotel and Resort in Punta Cana on spring break when she went missing in the early hours of March 6. More than 300 law enforcement personnel, including from the FBI and U.S. Department of Homeland Security, are involved in the massive search. Agencies in both countries confirmed. The Loudoun County Sheriff Office in her hometown has identified Joshua Ribb, a 24-year-old tourist from Iowa, as a person of interest in the case, while cautioning that he is not a suspect, nor have authorities determined that a crime was committed. Let's see. The Rock Rapids resident has been cooperating with police. Rib's aunt, Theresa Rib, told the Daily News. Let's see. Now, I don't know what happened, but it's saying that the guy that she was with is actually cooperating with authorities. Okay. Now this, all right. Now, Theresa Rubb told the Daily Mail that she believed her nephew, who wrestled and played football in high school, wouldn't hurt a fly. That's what they all say. A neighbor told the Mail, "I bet my life on it. Josh did not hurt that girl." A rep for the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office said Thursday that Sheriff Michael Chapman met with Rib's father this week, and the office requested that the International Law Enforcement Agency, Interpol, issue a yellow notice, a worldwide missing persons alert, in the case. Wow. You know it's serious when Interpol's been into it. Agustin Morillo Rodriguez, Vice Admiral of the Dominican Navy, told Noticias SAN on Wednesday that it's possible Konaki's body is trapped in the coral reefs if she did drown, and that's why she hasn't been found. The body may be stranded on the reefs or on the coral reefs, which why the Navy has deployed a team of Navy and local divers to comb the entire area where the reefs or corals, he told the outlet. So far, unfortunately, we have not been able to find the young woman. Meanwhile, a rep for the resort on Thursday denied media reports that a power outage at the hotel drove Konaki and her pals on the beach early on the morning she disappeared. Dominican Today reported earlier this week that a blackout at the hotel forced Konaki and her friends to leave the disco and spill out onto the beach where she was last seen. But in the statement, the hotel acknowledged that the power did go out, but it said it was from early Tuesday, March 4th, until shortly 1:30 a.m. the following day, a full day before Konaki's disappearance. Yeah. So there you have it. So I pray for that young woman's family. I hope that she comes back safe. But then again, you know, it's a very sketchy situation. I just hope that all comes out well. All right. I'm still here. Yeah, salute, Irby. Hey, you're welcome to come up. So, we're just talking about international safety, not only in the Caribbean, but elsewhere, because for a couple of years right now, every so often you actually hear about a tragedy or somebody going missing that's from the United States, and they think it's their first time at the place. They do not know the customs or do not really know how to be aware. And then we hear that people end up missing. Foul play sometimes be happening. And then on top of it, I think that, well, I just did this today because this is an impromptu stream. But mostly we're actually talking about what things can you do beforehand so you could avoid being hurt or ending up missing in a foreign country that you may not know the language. So I'm just here to actually talk about tips and etc. Hey, Don Jose, how you doing? Yo, shout out to the Boogeyman. Shout out to Solar by Nelly. So I'm actually streaming on 3 platforms right now: Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch. So basically, the topic tonight is how to stay safe in another country that you may not know the language, and maybe you can learn the rules and regulations so you won't be caught up in the mix. So what actually is talking about, what I'm actually talking about tonight is because of 7 days of what's been happening, with this young woman that ended up missing in the Dominican Republic. And to me, it's a bad situation because I was just reading that now the FBI is into this, and Interpol actually issued a yellow alert. So, all right, George, okay, cool. How you doing? Anybody or everybody's welcome to come up in the panel. So we're just going to talk about it because, shoot, I'm seeing that this is happening every so often. It's not like a year that you don't hear about foul play or something happening, either because the person did not know the rules or the person was not aware of their surroundings. So my topic tonight is, how can we prevent those things from happening while you're in a foreign land, basically. All right. Oh, yeah. And God bless you, Boogeyman. So that's just what I'm talking about tonight. So I know Pete is going to come up, so we're going to have some input since he actually worked in the tourism industry in the Dominican Republic. So I'd like to hear his advice and the stuff that he actually been through while working in the Dominican Republic tourism industry. All right. Exactly, Don Jose. Yeah, Bryce Song, NYC. All right. Yeah, I'm shouting out all the people who's checking me out on Instagram. I mean, I think that we need to actually give people a book on how to stay safe and not to be caught up in the mix when they go to a foreign country. Shout out to you, Scully Ton. How you doing? Oh, okay. The only places I've visited is, um, I visited Mexico. I visited the Dominican Republic, of course, but that don't really feel like a visit. I visited St. Thomas and St. John's, and 2 or 3 years ago, I went to the Bahamas via cruise. So, one thing I have to say is that with all my traveling and everything like that, I have to make sure that, okay, that I know the surroundings, that I got people with me that know the surroundings. I When it comes to Dominican Republic, I kind of know the law and I kind of don't because I have family who are actually lawyers and prosecutors, etc. And they actually be in the court for cases all the time. So you kind of know some of the laws. I'm not going to say I have it all, but then you have to make sure that okay, you're safe. Make sure there is no corrupt law officials around where you at. And then sometimes, if you're just going for a fun time, instead of roaming around and everything like that, you just stay in the resort. So you have to stay safe at all the time because you may not know who's trying to get you. Because outside in some of these countries, I hate to say you got jackals outside. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the United States. Yeah, you're right. Because a lot of people are not lacking in common sense. Exactly. I think we need to. I think people need a book or something just to tell which neighborhoods to avoid. Now, just 1 second. Jose Negron. Okay. Okay.
Good evening, Don Armando. Thank you for allowing me on your platform.
Yeah. Good evening, Don Jose. How you doing?
Fine. Now, what I've done before I visited a country, I
All
tried
right.
to, I tried to learn as much as I can about the custom, the habits, things like that.
All
Whether it
right.
be actually looking at videos on YouTube
All right.
or actually asking questions from people that come from those countries.
Okay.
Okay. And also, another thing we have to be mindful is that the way they do things, in different countries are quite different. And you have to be able to adapt.
Exactly.
Okay. Like, for example, I've been to the Dominican Republic twice.
All right.
Okay. But I know this much. Over there, they tend to do things a little differently. They tend to be a little bit laid back, so, to a certain extent. And also, you got to be mindful. You're the guest visiting the country.
Exactly.
Okay. So the last thing you want to do is you try to act like you're superior. And mind you, you are the guest visiting their country. And whatever you
Yep.
do, you do not pick a fight with people who are there. It's not gonna work out very well.
Yeah. It's actually not.
Okay. And one thing to bear in mind, and one thing I can say this regarding Dominicans over there, they have a lot of pride in their country.
Yep.
Okay, and how things are done over there. So the last thing they go to tolerate is you going over there and you're telling people over there how things should be done over there. No, you're there
No.
visiting, so you need to like chill and adapt to how things are done.
Exactly. Now, when I went to Dominican Republic like around 2012, right? And my mother, well, she was living at the time, and she was like, "Yo, Mario, Don Armando, you're crazy." I was like, "Why, mom?" It was like, "Hey, you know, it's political season, and you know what happens in political season in the Dominican Republic. There's a lot of pew pewing and a lot of stuff that is, you know, not kosher in her language."
Hmm.
So she was like, "Okay." So she was worried about that. But I told my mother, I'm like, "Yo, be easy. I'm gonna stay at my I'm gonna stay at my dad's house the whole day. I'm not going out. And then when the results happen, it happens."
Yeah, I mean, look, when I visited the Dominican Republic, usually I stay in the resorts or I stay with um, my wife, or at the time my ex-wife's family.
All right.
Okay, so and of course of course I did as much as I can to try to blend. Okay, of course they knew the fact, listening to me speak Spanish, that I was from the United States, but I tried the blend, the mix in as much as possible.
Got you. I mean, with me, okay, even though I speak the American Spanish or Espanol Mahal, whatever, for some reason, a lot of people do not believe this when I say this. Whenever I've been in the Dominican Republic, I do not know what a resort or hotel look like because my parents always had a crib in the Dominican Republic, whether it be my father's side of the family or whether it be my mother's side of the family. I never stayed while going with my mother or going with my dad. I never stayed in a resort. I do not know what a resort feels like in the Dominican Republic. So when people are telling me, oh, they're going to Punta Cana, they're going to Puerto Plata, they're going to Las Terrenas or Cabarete, I'm like, cool. But I don't know what a resort looked like because all the time that I've been in the Dominican Republic, I always stayed at a house, and that's how it goes down.
Okay, well, the first time that I visited the Dominican Republic, I stayed in Boca Chica and I stayed in a resort. Okay.
All right.
The second time I stayed in at the time, my sister-in-law, because basically it's the second time I went there. That's when I went to marry my ex-wife.
All right.
Okay, and of course, I wasn't on my best behavior because I didn't know what to expect.
Right.
Okay, and of course, she wanted to smash right away, and it's like, no, I'm not going to smash right away because first of all, I don't know you from Adam. Number one.
Right.
Number two, unfortunately, um, it seems like a lot of the dudes that visited the DR, they go there with the purpose to smash the ladies. The problem is you
Right.
don't know whom you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So my approach is, okay, you know what? I'm gonna be respectful. I'm going to conduct myself as an adult. I'm going to conduct myself uh, minding my P's and Q's.
Right.
And
Oh.
of course, my ex-wife couldn't understand for a while why I didn't want to sleep with her. It's just that, first of all, I know it's a little weird, but I like to get to know you before we start talking and smashing.
Right.
And I see here you have a little furry companion.
Yeah. You know, that's the tuxedo cat.
Oh, okay.
All right. Oh, so you were just coming up to saying, okay, got you.
And really, there are lots of things that you can. There's a lot of activities that you can do at a resort. It just so happens, um, the first time
Hmm.
we stayed in a resort. Of course, it was the first time for my ex-wife.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, because only the people who are like maybe super rich, they're actually they actually go to the resorts.
Okay. Well, of course, according to Dominican standards, I'm looked upon as super rich. It's just that no, it's just that I just happen to save my money, and I wanted to create a positive image.
Right. I mean, me personally, I blend in, but okay, even though I speak my Spanish, whatever, I just try to stay silent unless if I'm with my cousins or so, and that's it. Because you know, there's two things in the Dominican Republic that a lot of people don't know, especially if you're in the capital. If people know that you're not from their neighborhood or anything like that, they're gonna actually tag you. I know that as a fact. So therefore, if I ever go to the Dominican Republic, I'll make sure when I'm in the airport, I actually contact one of my relatives or so about, okay, yeah, I'm gonna be at this point and this point. Pick me up, and this is where I'm staying. So I
Mhm.
do that. That means that okay, I could come up and nobody's gonna. I'm not gonna say nobody's going to, but the least likely threat of somebody trying to target me is going to be minimal.
Yeah.
Second of all, if I go with when my father was alive and everything like that, he usually waited for me in the airport. And me and him, we actually go to Consuelo, and then we just hang out with the family, and then I go back to San Pedro or either Boca Chica.
Mhm.
I mean, then after that, that's how I spend my time in the Dominican Republic. I have never been to the region where my wife's family is from, but I do know that I have a lot of family members over there also.
Now, when I visited Canada, Panama, Colombia,
All right, all right,
and Mexico, I travel with a group. So it's a different situation altogether.
yeah,
And I stayed with the group.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And of course, I try to learn as much as I can. One thing I learned. Okay, one thing I definitely learned when I was in Mexico is, first of all, don't drink the water, because I didn't want to get Montezuma's revenge. So I used bottled water when I drank, and even when I brushed on my teeth.
All right,
Okay. And of course, again, I travel with a group, and of course, among the group, some of the people, no, some of the people that actually live in Mexico.
all right.
So, and of course, when I went to Colombia,
Mm-hmm.
I was blessed with, to see their folklore dancing,
All right, yeah.
which
I
was
mean,
a
my sister,
beautiful
she went to
thing.
Colombia too.
Yeah, which was a beautiful thing to see. And the fact, to be able to see their folklore dancing. And of course, when I was in Panama, I was
Mm-hmm.
blessed to see the canal, and I also was blessed
Nice.
to see their folklore dancing as well.
Yep.
And and of course, I had one advantage, which that I spoke Spanish, even though it sound like a gringo. At least I was proficient enough that I was able to maintain a intelligent conversation with
Pretty
them.
much. I mean, when my father passed away, sadly, that will make 6 years coming up. When I was
Mhm.
out there in the Dominican Republic, and me and his lady that he lived with until the day he passed, me and her, we was actually talking about ethnicities, people that actually immigrated to the Dominican Republic, etc. So when I was speaking Spanish, my sister was like, wow, I will never think the day that my younger brother will speak Spanish so proficiently and whatever have you. So me and her were talking about how I speak Spanish and such. I'm not gonna say I'm the best, but she was like, yo, like I've been knowing you for ever since a teenager. You wasn't scared. Me, I'm just whatsoever, but you just went at it. I was like, you got to. I mean, shoot.
I know, and genuinely, genuine. if you are like an English speaking person and you at least make an attempt to speak Spanish decently, I mean, basically they're gonna cut you a lot of slack because at least they're looking at least you're trying to communicate in their language.
Right.
At least you're
Right.
trying.
Exactly.
Okay. And of course, another thing when you're in Mexico, uh, one thing to be mindful that certain words have different meaning. Okay.
Yes, because you can't go into Mexico speaking Puerto Rican or Dominican Spanish.
No. And you never forget, for God forbid, do not say the word quiet. Never,
Yeah.
never. I don't care. Don't say it because to a Mexican it means something else. And they might cut you a little bit of slack the first time that you slip out. The second time, not so much. Okay, just a reality. And of course, you have to be mindful that in the Dominican Republic, there's a lot of slang words. And you just have to be a little bit knowledgeable of some of the slang words and what have you. And it can, Dominicans can talk a little bit fast. So these are things just to observe.
I'm not gonna say anything because my Spanish is out of whack. But I'm just saying, from my observation, when you actually speak with some Mexicans, I mean, Mexico is like a bigger country and they have variants on how they speak, right?
Mhm.
But me and my mother, we used to talk about it. It's like the way that some Mexicans speak, according to her, because she was the top tier Spanish expert. It's like the way that they talk is like they're singing. I was like, interesting. At first, I did not get that, but then when you actually look at some of the people who are like more indigenous race in Mexico, as albeit to people who are mestizo or Native Amerindians in Mexico, some of their speech sounds like they're singing a song. But then again,
like
that's me.
Or like they're looking something very heavy.
Yeah.
I mean,
That part.
I mean, look. It's just that you have to be mindful. And Colombians, they speak.
Hey, patron, ¿cómo está? I'm like, okay, right.
Now, one thing to bear in mind: Colombian sense of humor is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And I found that out the hard way.
Okay.
Because they had these comedians, and basically I became the butt of their jokes a couple of times.
Dag.
And
yeah, I've had that happen before.
I'm not gonna lie, I was upset.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't show it, but I was upset.
I mean, yeah.
And this is the thing. I went out of my way to try to learn, and not to come across as the ugly American.
Wow.
So to be the butt of their jokes is like it did. I mean, it did not. I mean, I actually had a couple. I had a serious discussion with some of the people over there, and it's like I get it. I didn't appreciate it, but I mean,
Yeah.
Particularly when I went on, I went on my way to make sure I didn't come across the ugly American, or to be like the butt of their joke a few times.
I
It
mean,
did not think
if you
well.
were,
It did not go well with me.
I hear you. I mean, if you actually look at it, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and well, I've been called ugly by a whole bunch of people who are from South America anyway. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Um, all right. They were like, tú eres feo. I'm like,
So,
okay, cool. All
so
right. Are you
basically,
paying
they
my
had to,
bills?
so basically, yeah. So basically, you have to explain to it. No, it wasn't meant to be insulting. It's just that it's their sense of humor is a little bit
It's dark.
off.
Right.
Okay. So it's like I get it. It's just that look, I went out of my way to try to come across as the ugly American. I didn't expect that at all.
Right. I mean, shoot. When I was with my African American ex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like how if you go to a Dominican restaurant and everything like that, and all Dominican women, I'm not saying all, but most Dominican women, that you know the way that they talk and everything like that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all. I love my Dominican woman. My wife is Dominican. But then if you go like in the service industry, right? The way that a Dominican woman will like, hey, okay, mi amor, you know, whenever you actually order stuff, right? And me personally, I actually understood it like, okay, yeah. If you go to a Dominican restaurant and you don't even at least hear one female saying mi amor, because that's the way they talk, you know that the food ain't gonna be good.
Yeah, you know what, and that's something that I'm gonna have to deal with, particularly when it comes to my lady, because I'm looking at it this way. If she's saying me more to do, I'm looking at it like, okay, is there something that I need to know about? What have you? It's like because you see,
But then if you go,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
but then it's like, okay, I actually learned this because I went to a lot of Dominican restaurants and I went to a lot of Dominican salons, right? So whenever I went to Dominican salons and restaurants, and my African American ex-girlfriend was like, okay, why the heck she's saying I love you or you calling my love and everything? I'm like, okay, that's how we speak. So don't take no offense to it. She do not
Okay.
want me. So I had to
Okay.
say that.
I know. You see, and another, and then, I know it's a little. See, this is going to sound a little weird, okay?
Right.
But I would not call if I have a girlfriend. I would not call them mommy until I actually got their permission to say so. I know it sounds weird, but
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, okay. Like, it depends, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I used to be in the single dating world, right? Okay, you see a nice looking Dominican lady, right? When you're single, and you're like, "Hey, mommy, mira, ven acá," or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because if you really look at it, right, I got an advantage and a disadvantage at that time. Because to some women, they do not know that, okay, yeah. They do not know that, okay, yeah, this guy's a Dominican. But when I do speak the Spanish and they understand, they'll be like, hold up. Is this guy one of us? So I actually bring the intrigue of that woman when I speak Spanish, looking the way that I used to look like, which was hood. And then they'll be talking. They're like, hold up. Like, you one of us. I was like, yeah. So dame el número. And that's it.
Okay. See, I'm the type of person, like, if I have a girlfriend, in particular, she's Dominican, whatever, I'll ask her, is it okay I can call you mommy? Is it okay I can call you mi amor? It sounds weird, but I mean,
Right. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying. But then again, it depends on, the age. It depends on where they grew up at, how you grew up at. And then on top of it, it depends on regions. You get what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
Because where me and Pete and Fighter are from, right? We don't really speak like that. But I say maybe in the capital, maybe in the southern parts of Dominican Republic and the northern parts, they'll actually go around and say that to each other, and they won't take it as as a slight. But then if the female ain't feeling you, and she, I fail. And when you just say that, I'm like, nah, okay, got you.
Because basically, I was taught you don't go around saying mi amor and mommy too often, too loosely, unless you know it's okay.
Yeah, or if that person is you actually have like a maybe 5-year friendship with that person, because it happens.
Yeah. So, like, when it comes to that lady, it's like, is it okay if I call you mommy? Is it okay if I call you mi amor? Like I said, it sounds weird, but it's like that's the type of mindset I had.
Got you. So, what I suggest for you to do, right? Mm-hmm. Like, if you ever come around that, those questions, or maybe that environment, is before your lady goes, go to a nice, not a ratchet, but a nice Dominican restaurant that has music, right?
Yeah.
Because you got a couple of Mamawanas, you got a lot of spots in Dykeman, Washington Heights, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So go to the clubs or restaurants that that people with the respect goes to, right?
Yeah.
So when you go to that restaurant and you see how people actually interact with each other and such, that's like maybe an informal education on how people actually talk. If you go to a young club and everybody speaking their slangs and everything like that.
Because, okay, like I said, it sounds a little old-fashioned, but it's just a case of being respectful.
Right.
So that's the reason why, look, they may say mi amor, but I will not respond mommy, because first of all, number one, I don't know you that well. Number two, right. I don't want to come across as being, presumptuous or what have you.
Right.
So that's why when someone's saying mi amor, I would not respond saying mommy or mi amor back. I mean, just like.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, my first thing is like, hola, como está? The regular, scope them out a little bit, let them scope you out, and then that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see what else in the travels experience. I mean, me and my cousin were actually talking about maybe one of these days to actually go to Taiwan. I mean, if I go to Taiwan, I don't know the language, I'm not gonna go. And if I do go vlogging one of these days, since I got my trusty camera with me, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go with the guide, and maybe I'll be like, okay, which is the best restaurants? We vlog about that. Maybe go with the group to the hot springs or whatsoever, and that's it. Because you got certain people that go there to like Taiwan, Japan. I'm talking about the food vloggers, and then if you actually look at it, they've been to Japan and China and all these places so many times that they're actually familiar with walking in the street with each other, or they actually have like a familiarity with the land, even though they don't really speak the language, but they know where to go to, etc., without nobody actually trying to instruct them. Now, this is what Skellyton says. The first time I heard a Spaniard guy call out for a white-skinned woman for his taxi, my neck near broke. Okay, got you. Yep.
Well, one of the things, what I plan to do is when I retire is I plan to go to Europe. A couple places I want to go is I want to go to Madrid and I want to go to London.
Right.
Of course, their Spanish is a little different than ours because they use the vosotros form, which is basically a plural you. But I think, my Spanish is reasonably okay. That I can maintain a conversation. That is going to be mindful as they going to use the vosotros form. I mean, that's all. Now, when I go to London, I have to be mindful that some of their terminology,
verbiage,
like for example, they call an elevator a lift. They call French fries chips. They call cookies biscuits.
And they call meatball. Well, we can't say it over here.
No.
But you get the
and of course they call pants trousers and undergarments knickers and things of that nature. And,
or they actually call somebody they do not like a wanker. Yeah.
Now, dealing with a British lady, I guess I mean, if they say love, I mean, I was like, I don't know how to respond, but
right.
I will have to do a considerable amount of research on YouTube as far as what to say and what not to say to someone from London.
I mean, if you actually look at it, there's an Austrian guy that that comes here often by the name of Mr. Sacco in some of my segments. I don't know if he's still here, but then if you really look at it, and I've spoken to, because New York is a melting pot. I've spoken to British tourists. I've spoken to tourists from Chile and Argentina, and I actually spoke to tourists from Spain, right? And we're just talking and everything like that, just having a nice conversation and such on the train. And one thing that I've actually seen, speaking with these different people, is that okay? You have certain people that actually, when they come to the United States, they actually know what to say because I guess they study for it. But then when we go over there to Britain or whatever, it's like, okay, yeah, we do not know their common slang and stuff. So sometimes if you're going to go to England or so, just make sure that you have the slang, not the slang, and maybe their terminology on point. So therefore, if you actually find yourself lost or something like that, you could speak the English, but at the same time, you actually would know the terminology, and it could help you. The same thing with French also, because a lot of people don't know. Yeah, you got France, but then you got maybe Swiss, maybe you got how should I say, Belgian French, or other regions in Europe that speak French. And then you got certain countries in Africa, which you would actually call Francophone.
Yeah. Now, this is what I was told. I don't know how true this is, how accurate it is. That if you at least try to speak to a Parisian in French, they will appreciate because at least that you're making an effort.
Yep.
Of course, it'll probably come out like Latin, but at least,
All right.
but at least if you try to speak in French, they're like, okay, at least he's trying. Okay, it'll come out like bad Latin or Italian, but at least you're trying. Not like you're coming over there and you're expecting them to speak English. Which is probably why I would probably prefer to visit London or Madrid, because at least in Madrid, I can more or less maintain a conversation in Spanish. And at least in London, I can kind of maintain an intelligent conversation. I just got to be mindful that their terminology is a little different. Yeah, if I want French fries, I have to say I want chips. If I want cookies, I have to say I want a biscuit. If I want pants, I have to say trousers. Now I don't know whether that comment was coming towards me or someone in the chat, whatever. But if I'm going to visit Paris, I will have to have at least a reasonable command of French. Because I don't know if in the hotels or the tourist areas there are people that speak English.
Yep.
But one thing I learned definitely when I was in Mexico: do not use the word "coger."
Oh yeah, I ain't using that.
Because if you say that, it's gonna okay. It's going to them. It's like you're saying the word F and ends with the word that starts with an F and ends with a K. And I don't mean that.
I mean, if you actually look at it, right, you have certain Spanish, like even in Spain, you have to watch out for that because that's what they actually use as a bad word in Spain, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and then some countries in South America too, because I've done my research.
Well, one thing I did when I visited Colombia, I looked at a lot of videos in YouTube, and I actually knew people from Colombia. So I asked them, okay, what's considered okay and what's considered not okay?
Yep.
So basically, when I was in Colombia, I had to make sure that I spoke proper Spanish. I make sure that I didn't say anything in slang. I made sure that I mind my P's and Q's and what have you. So when I went and actually became the butt of their jokes, it was a complete shock to me because I actually went out of my way not to come across as the ugly American.
Right.
So that was my experience in Colombia. In Panama, I didn't have a problem. The only problem I had it was like extremely humid, and I actually fainted because of the heat.
Wow.
But then again, you're talking to a person that actually slept with the AC on in the wintertime. So here I am in this country when the climate is extremely humid. It's a beautiful country. Panama, it's a beautiful country. And believe it or not, there were some parts in Panama City I was in the United States because I entered what was known as the American zone.
Yeah, I've heard about that. And I had a friend that he actually was in the military at the time, and he married a Panamanian woman. But then he said that that relationship went down the drain because of I guess because of the language difference.
See, I had a weird situation growing up because my parents did not encourage me to learn Spanish. That's why my Spanish kind of comes out like a gringo speaking Spanish.
Yeah, my mother with me was like, okay, you're not gonna go around and learn too much Spanish, but I kind of anyway because most of my friends were Dominican. So I actually learned from the streets and a little bit from my mother.
Mhm.
And then, from the times I went back to Dominican Republican Force, I actually learned more. So, I could actually say it's like a self education with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I will tell anybody, if you're thinking about visiting another country, by all means, try to learn the culture over there and try to learn something about the social mores over there because you cannot assume that things that are done over here, things are going to be done the same way over there. You're gonna have
All right.
a miserable time, and whatever you do, do not pick a fight with the people, the locals over there.
Yeah, that's kind of disrespectful, to say the least.
Now, when I was in Mexico, I stayed in a resort, and of course, I haven't had an opportunity to change my currency into Mexico pesos. So, basically, I had to tip the help with American currency. So I said to her, "I'm sorry, I don't have Mexican currency. I'll have to. I just so I haven't had a chance to change. So I'm going to tip you with American currency. I hope you don't. I hope you don't feel insulted." I said, "No, it's okay because basically, I think the American dollar is like what $20 of the Mexican peso. So I get like I think it was like $20 bill, like 400 Mexican pesos."
Hmm.
And I'll say this much: we can learn a lot from our Latin American neighbors from the South. We just didn't have this
Hmm.
silly superiority like we're so much better than everybody else.
Yeah.
And of course, my lady is planning to visit me this summer, so I do have a few things in mind. Definitely, I want to take her to see some of the cultural things in New York, and definitely take her to a couple of nice Dominican restaurants here.
Got you.
Just and of course, introduce her to my family.
Hmm.
And I'm sure my siblings will have questions. How did you two guys met? My sisters be like, they'll be like a little bit leery because they want to make sure that she's not like a choppy.
Right.
And I'm sure when I go over to the DR and visit with her mom, I'm going to be a little bit nervous because of course, I want to make a good impression.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I'm gonna tell. I'm gonna tell you. And even if you talk to my wife about this, she was like, I was like, yo, I knew it was real. I was like, yo, I want to marry you. First time. Now, certain people were like, oh, how do you know? I'm like, well, guess what? Now I'm a married man, right?
Mhm.
So I was like, yo, I might have been through bad experiences or whatsoever. So I was like, yo, I want to see, I want to see your mom and I want to see your pops. You know what I'm saying? I want to see the people that actually raised you because you're an angel to me. You know what I mean? So I went up and I saw them, and it was like maybe the third month of me and my lady courting, and then I met her father like around that same year, around what we call the Noche Buena in the Dominican
Yeah.
culture.
Hmm.
So I met her father. So me, I only seen him like two times because that's a long story. But at least I got to meet her parents. And sadly, you know, even though my wife didn't get to meet my mother, she went up and she met my father like around two times or so. And my father actually took a liking to my lady. And it was even to the point that via video phone and such, he saw my mother-in-law and they spoke for a little bit.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that said, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, you're too mature to actually be to have like butterflies. Just man up and like, hey, I've been through this. So therefore, you know what? You have to march in like a general. That's the
Yeah.
best advice I could actually tell you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have had conversations briefly, and
Right.
she seemed to like me.
Got you.
Okay. And it's just that she seemed to be warmly perceive me. Of course, I'm always concerned making sure that I make a good impression because I might, maybe her son-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I've spoken to her son briefly. So of course, I'm
All
going to
right.
be. So of course, I want to make a good impression on her son, even though her son is it's like in his early
Yeah.
20s. So of course, I want to make a good impression because
All
hey,
right.
I want to fit into the family well.
Right.
So she tells me, "Don't worry, you'll be. I'll be fine."
Yeah, exactly. So, but at the same time, just walking like a general because I know you are, man. So
Yeah,
that's what you
definitely,
got to do.
definitely. And of
Yeah.
course, if it does get to the point that we talk about marriage, of course, I'm gonna have a little conversation with mom, stating that I would like to ask her hand in marriage. And I suspect if we ever get to that point, she's going
Right.
to say yes.
All right.
So then the question is going to be, how we going to do this? Are we going to go through the marriage visa? Are we going to go through the K-1 visa? That's something we're going to have to discuss.
Right.
But we will have the discussion at some point.
Okay.
But getting back to traveling. I mean, learn, do as much research as you can.
All right.
Regarding the country you go to visit. If you don't know the language, try to learn the language, or at least learn at least enough of it that you can ask the basic questions. Where is this place? Where is this place?
Right.
And really, my thing is this: the natives are going to appreciate the fact that at least you made an effort.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was even to the point that whenever I went to San Pedro, right, and the people that I was meeting with, right, there was like, okay, you had certain, as you know, in the Dominican Republic, you have certain hubs where people actually speak English, and they'll actually help you out. And it was like, okay, yeah, I know that you might speak the language and stuff, but we'll help you out because we have a great command of the English language and a great command of the Spanish language. So there's individuals that I have met in the Dominican Republic, San Pedro, that we could actually be walking down the street. We speak in English. Another person might go around and speak Spanish to me, and I speak Spanish or whatsoever. And this, that, and the third. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, I like your flow and stuff. Like, you from New York? Yeah, I'm like, and then we just actually talk in English and in Spanish. Like the ones that know. That would either be like in my cousin's circle or my mother's older circle. Because you have certain people that never left Dominican Republic and they're strictly bilingual.
Mhm. Yeah. But I think the main thing is, you know, you'd be surprised how much you can impress the natives. At least you have some knowledge of the country you visit.
Right.
Okay, it'd be like, gee, this person actually spent some time to learn a little bit about us. That goes a long
Right.
way, and they'll forgive you if you like kind of butcher the language a little bit because at least you're trying to communicate.
Yeah.
But, I'm going to drop down because it's getting late. I just want to say thank you
I hear you.
for being on your platform. And actually, this is a good topic. I mean, as far as safety when you go abroad, because look, the
Yeah.
fact of it is you have to be mindful of your surroundings. And one of the best way to be mindful is just to do what you can to blend in.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I just want to say, to those of you who have not done so, please subscribe to the Armando channel and make sure that you
All right.
set the notifications to all, so therefore whenever he does create content, you will have no catch it live or catch it.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said, I just want to say good night, and we'll talk again soon.
All right.
Take care.
You too, Don Jose. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. No. I actually had to go and no, I actually had to get a drink. All right. Dag. Oh yeah, by anything, did anybody ever see the supposed happening tonight, the blood moon? Because I'm in my house, so I'm not gonna go outside and just take a picture of that. That's just me. Yeah, replace it. Because if you don't replace it, it's gonna end up hurting you in the long run. Replace it with a steel frame. Got you. Just the man to come through. Pete. Us. Even though it's now martial arts night. Oh crap. Okay.
It's fine by
We're
me,
back.
brother. It's always martial arts time.
Exactly. So
I want to send a shout out to Skeleton and the rest of the mods, usual list of suspects.
yep.
Thank y'all for pulling up. I been having a lot of issues today at the house. I had to run out to Brooklyn just to get out the house because it's just a lot, just too much going on.
Got you. I understand.
I'll tell you later after the show is done what happened today at the house. But other than that, bro, like I'm really losing faith in the situation that I have in this house. Like I don't see progress. I don't see change. I don't see anything that is pointing me into staying. You know what I'm saying? And it bothers me because I'm a man of faith, and I normally don't lose my faith when things happen. I'm very strong towards certain subjects. But once a person starts going off the deep end and them knowing your character, they start calling you names that are out of your character. That's just enough. It's too much. You're adding insult to injury and you're provoking me. And then they want to say, oh, well, you're provoking me and this and that. And they want to come and try to hit you and do stuff. But if you try to hit back, it's a problem. So it's not okay for me to hit you if you provoke me. But if I provoke you, it's okay for you to hit me. Nah,
Gotcha.
man.
Yeah,
Type of bias, hypocrisy going on in these days. Fatal was good, man.
Yep. All right. So the issue at hand is, as you know, that's the news that's been coming out of the Dominican Republic for the past 7 days is the disappearance of this young woman, right?
Okay.
So, since you have more experience with the Dominican tourist industry, since you worked in a casino and everything like that, in your expertise, right? What are the things for Americans and other foreigners? What mistakes can they prevent while coming to the Dominican Republic and other nations? That's all I got to say.
All right. Well, I'm going to mention 5 things that are very important when you're traveling to any country.
All right.
Rule number 1, investigate about the place where you're going to. Find out what you're going to find out about the place that you're going to. Speak to locals that aren't necessarily there, but people that are local that came from there, that know the area and know the history of the area. If they tell you it's a XYZ kind of place, don't go there. If they tell you, hey, it's an ABC kind of place, then okay, cool. You got one shred of evidence that's pointing you out that it's good. But that's just point 1. Point 2, go online, watch YouTube videos about the place where you're going to, good, bad, and ugly, so that you can fully know. That's 2. 3, when you leave this country to go to other countries, don't go over there bling-blinging with a whole bunch of chains and bracelets and anklets and crazy earrings, and you're looking to get robbed. You're signaling yourself out as a target. 4, don't carry massive wads of money. Even at the airport, you're not allowed to go to the airport more than $5,000. So even the airport's trying to give you a sign. Don't carry wads of money on you. Have everything on cards that if something happens to your card, you can cancel it, get a new one, you know what I'm saying? Still go to a bank and get money. Right. So don't carry wads of cash on you because you're looking to get robbed.
Pretty much.
4, either you be a man or a female. Don't easily get seduced. You're not traveling looking for love. So if you're on vacation and you're trying to chill and people are trying to seduce you, don't think that it's don't think that it's for love. It's for a paycheck. Most likely your paycheck. Most likely your vacation money. 5, when in another country, don't meet up with groups of people that are from that other place. You're not a local. You're brand new to the area. What are you doing meeting up with groups of people? You're calling to get set up for the okie doke. And now you don't know who to say did what to you because you decided to group up with a group of 8 people, and next thing you know, now you disappear like this person did.
Exactly.
You know, it's bad. It's bogus. It's terrible. But that's what life is right now. You know,
and then what I meant to say is this also, is that for now, people who are just, haters, right?
Yeah.
They actually show, like, I guess one of the clips of this young woman dancing, and people are just saying, like, what, this, that, and the third. I'm like, okay, well, if a woman's dancing, right? Me personally, I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's a woman having fun, right? So if she was in a place having just dancing, right? It may not be the appropriate type of dancing, but a woman's dancing, right? She's not hurting anybody.
Right.
But then you have certain people, who have like their political agendas and everything like that. Or because now it's certain race politics that's actually being cornered or whatsoever.
Right.
So it's just to the point that I'm like, yo, certain people are not thinking with their heads. They're just thinking with their political ideology or their phenotype ideology at this point.
That's the truth. If you were to bump into people that are from your country and or from your local area, yeah, ask away. Ask away. That's part of investigating. That's part of number one. You know what I'm saying? Just because you did a little bit of investigating in the beginning, now that you're there, if you bumped into people that I'll be like, hey, since y'all been here, what have you heard? Oh, well, this, and this. All right, cool. So let's stay away from those blocks. Let me tell you something that's very famous in Europe that's not so famous anywhere else. Pickpockets.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard
they have pickpocket school in Europe where they teach you how to be a professional pickpocket.
Wow. I've heard this.
If these people bump on you, they walk all over you. And you're thinking that it's just regular people walking up on you. And it's not. It's 4 people that were trained to pickpocket. Right. And every time they bumping into you, someone's going into your pocket, pulling stuff out. Mm-hmm. Well, Skeleton, the problem with the local police station in most countries is that most police stations are corrupt. So fire service and ambulance, that's a different ballgame. There's still honor amongst them. But when you deal with the local police, there isn't really that much honor. You know what I'm saying? That's like, the saying goes, no honor amongst thieves.
Right.
The police department be acting like the local gang, so it's not necessarily your best bet.
Yeah. They were saying for this lady is that the FBI is also involved. When I heard who's the attorney general in the Dominican Republic, I was like, yo. And that's all I'm gonna say. 2 words, bro.
Yeah.
Jenny Berenice.
Oh man.
Yo.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
And I know it's not Wednesday, but just to add another point to those points, learn martial arts.
Yeah.
Stop visiting countries without learning martial arts. Learn to at least block or something, man.
Right.
Gonna go to another country to go on vacation and visit faraway lands, and here comes a random 12-year-old and punches you right in the throat, and you couldn't block it. Now your trachea is swollen and you can't breathe. Oh, I died in another country because a 12-year-old punched me in the neck.
Right.
Now you didn't know how to block? And I know it's probably easier said than done, because I know in the eyes of many people, it's like, oh, it's easy for you to say because you've been doing martial arts your whole life. I bet. But that's the whole purpose of practicing and training, so that your body knows what to do in common flow if a situation occurs, that you don't have to think about it. Your body just does it. Not some cowardly, scary block, and I don't know what I'm doing after that. No. You're blocking, counterattacking, grappling, slamming. Be safe. Keep yourself safe. Aggress your aggressor. Attack your attacker.
Yep.
They don't know how dangerous you are or how dangerous you can be. These people are trying you out the blue. Let them know what good it is. Let them know how bad it could be.
Right.
Oh, this one person just destroyed these 4 people. Yeah, let them know what's up.
Mm-hmm.
That hidden edge can save your life.
Pretty much.
Anything with a point on it can save your life. A pencil, a pen, a needle, a screwdriver, an ice pick, a drill bit, a safety pin, a plier, needle nose preferably. Anything with a point on it becomes a daga, meaning a dagger. And someone's grabbing you, wonderful. Put the point of whatever it is that you have right in the middle of their knuckles in their hand and press that. They're gonna let you go faster than hotcakes. But training is important because you don't know what the scenario is gonna bring. Some people will rob you at knife point. Some people will rob you at gunpoint. And if they're trying to rob you at gunpoint, now the scenario has changed. If they're close enough where you can disarm them, you need to have the proper training to be able to do so. Because you're not just going to think of a maneuver and then when you go for it, you're like, oh, what happened? You failed. That's what happened. It's bad, man. Yeah, man. Everything is fair in love and war, man. If you're trying to protect yourself, life or death situations, yes, break bones, low blows, yeah. It means shock to the groin. You know what I'm saying? Shock to the heart, shock to the Adam's apple. Then you're punching the bridge of the nose in between the eye sockets. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're kicking, you're doing a sharp low kick right into that person's knee. Like you're getting home safe, and the people that are with you are going to be safe. That's what's important when you travel places. You're going to travel around the world and just count on the local police. Yeah, they'll take care of me. They can't take care of themselves. They're going to take care of you.
Pretty much. Oh,
especially when you're in a third world country.
And another thing, I'm just saying, and you could actually co-sign this with me also. Yeah, make sure that you know the laws too, because people could screw you over if you do not know anything.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. It's just sad, man. You know, you want to travel the world with your family, and you think that the police are going to defend you. No, man, police aren't going to defend you. They're like, oh, you're a tourist. We're going into your pocket. I'm here for safety. Oh, we're going to save you. We're going to save your pocket. No, you're not. Y'all want to violate my pocket.
Yep.
Oh, but it's for your safety. Get out of here with that. Get all the way out of town with that. Word.
Yep.
Set. I'm gonna leave that one as an inside joke.
Right.
The last thing Skeleton just said, I'm gonna leave that one as the inside joke.
Right.
Crazy, bro. But in other news, there are other parts of the world that are actually safer than the area that you're probably frequenting in right now. Yeah. So just investigate. There's parts that, listen, all of DR is beautiful. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe for you to go.
Pretty much.
All right. This is why there's tourist areas and they have special tourist police that are not the local police, because the local police will rob you.
Exactly.
I guess, yeah, bro. Double check your and don't be an accidental drug mule. That is 110%.
Yeah, my dad told me a story like that one time that somebody told him, "Oh, go wait right there." I was like, "Nope, you just went up and just hopped on the fight." Because you hear like a lot of these, knocked abroad and everything like that. And, I didn't know that I was carrying this. I didn't know that somebody slipped this, and I spent 10 years in Asia, in one of the most hardcore prisons. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: you don't want to be born and raised in New York and end up in Najayo or La Victoria in la República Dominicana, because it is not a pretty sight.
Yeah, I got one of my friends right now in one of those prisons.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
It is very crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Crazy glue.
Jenny Berenice is not one lady I would like to meet in the Dominican Republic. That's all I got to say about that.
You don't see nobody trying to rob my homegirl, Rosa la Musculosa. She too damn strong. She will knock you the hell out.
Damn.
Like, this is why when you go to countries, before you go to them, try to see what's up with the locals and, get the inside scoop of what's going on in the area. And if there's something that they know is going on wrong in certain spots, listen to them and try to avoid certain places so that you don't have to end up as a spectacle for someone else.
Yeah, like I couldn't, like the last time I was in Santo Domingo, I didn't even go to my hood because my hood was actually Fogon. You know what I mean? Like I just chilled at my mom's crib, or that's what I still call it. And
Facts.
That's why I was like, I just stood there, and that was it. And I just rolled with the people I had to roll, which is my cousins. And I was checking to see like, okay, which is good, which is bad, whatsoever, and that's it.
I made sure when I started walking around and experimenting and walking around San Pedro, I made sure that I didn't look like an American. I made sure I looked like a local. Say I was walking around in chancletas, I was walking around in faded clothes. I was trying to make sure that I look like your regular bottle picker. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. That's what I try to do. I'm like, yo, one day I always try to look like I was local. The only thing I gave people was do-rags. And that was the menores, and that's it.
For real, man.
That is one place that I could tell you could go, people be like, hey, if you're from there, okay, yeah, you have a familiarity with the clubs and everything like that. I don't. I'm going to be honest.
I don't.
So if I'm looking, so if I'm looking nice and everything like that, You must believe I'm not gonna go around and be dressing up in no Gucci or anything like that, because even when I look nice in Dominican Republic, I could look like a target.
Yo. One time I was working on an active crime scene like a dope, maybe because I looked Caucasian, and the popo just let me be like an alien. He was shocked to see. Like, hi. Walking through a whole crime scene like, hey, what happened here? My name is Dexter. I'm a blood splatter analyst.
Yeah,
that's funny. Not the safest situation, but that's funny.
Mm.
That's called innocently walking into a situation. And, let's just say the Almighty protected you from getting hit with any of those projectiles, even though you heard them.
Yeah.
I've been in similar situations where I've heard gunfire coming from the left, and when I look left, there's nobody there. It was actually coming from the right. It was echo coming from the left, and bullets were just passing by like if they wanted to collect toll. I'm like, oh snap! I'm over here hitting the dirt faster than I could think. Like, oh wait, what's going on over here?
Right.
Yeah, man. I had a long day today, man, dealing with people's emotions and people's riffraff and people's just wild, man. Repetition of the same thing every day. Oh, this is that. You know what I don't like? I don't like when people want to talk for other people, like as far as their emotions. Who are you to say if someone cares or doesn't care about something? How do you know how that person thinks or not? How can you talk for someone else's feelings?
Right.
I'll accept God's grace there. Amen.
Yeah.
He said, not necessarily a believer just yet, but thank you for the lookout.
Yeah.
Gotta appreciate the lookout. I'm not gonna spit the gift horse in his face, you know?
Right.
That's how it is. It's really weird like that. Yeah, man. I'll accept his grace at that moment. Sure, why not? He said that'll basically be a moment of praise right there. Hallelujah. Say, oh, what happened? I don't know, but I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that wouldn't have been good either. That would have caused you a physical injury that no bueno. Yeah, that's a concussion waiting to happen right there. I'm not with it. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So I've been giving myself physical therapy before I actually pull up to the physical therapy place, because I don't want to be there screaming like I can't take it. I've already been doing it at the house, so I know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's 100%. That's 100%. As men, we always need situational awareness at home and traveling around. A man is supposed to be a warrior, a king. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to feel safe wherever he goes. And if it's not safe, he should still feel that confidence that he's going to be safe, because he knows how to defend himself. He knows how to defend the people that are around him, if need be.
Right.
For real, for real, for real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Traveling, bro. Traveling is beautiful, but could be so dangerous. It's just not even funny.
Yeah.
Like I've said it plenty of times. I've said plenty of times in different shows. You know, we live in a wicked world right now, man.
Yeah, we do.
So, you know, creation is beautiful, but the people that are working creation right now, not so beautiful. There are too many people with wicked thoughts and, you know, wicked concepts, and they wanna seize the world and everything in it, but at the same token, there's no real change being done. The chiropractor laughed like a villain. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a sprain. If you would have broke your ankle, yeah, man, it's even way worse.
Yeah.
I've sprained my ankle before during dojo sessions, and it's like,
Yep.
had me on the mat tapping out. Type of situation that'll make you want to repent. Lord, take me now.
Right.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you should. If you really think about it, right? And you know all the stuff that's going on, I could say that if I ever go to the West Coast, I'm not going to Arizona for obvious reasons. And yeah, that's the only place that I'm not going to. I'm not going to Arizona. So
I've never gone to Cali. I've never gone to Cali, and I don't want to go to Cali because there's just so many things going on in Cali. that it's just like, no.
I mean, yeah. I'm surprised you know. I'm surprised you never went to Cali, because I know that some Marines, they actually passed through there once upon a time.
I mean, the Hollywood Marines, the San Diego Marines, you know, that's because they're on that side of the coast. When you're on this side of the coast, you go to Paris Island.
Got you.
You know, anything that San Diego has to offer as far as training is concerned, we definitely already do that. We definitely already do that in Paris Island and some. So
shout out.
I don't see no purpose to
Mila
TV.
Yep.
Shout out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
9 like what? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
9 what?
I guess 9 likes for.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yep. Shout out to Mila TV. Yeah. So, you know, I could say is this. I mean, the only thing I could actually say that I ate when I was in Barbados was some fried lambi, and I could say that tasted way better than what's this joint called? Calamari. It tastes way better, bro.
Well, I don't eat none of that shellfish. You know,
right? Yeah, it's like
what we call sea insects. You know what I'm saying? They're basically,
yeah,
they're in the bottom of the sea, just waiting for food to fall down, and they eat whatever. And it's I'm good.
Gotcha.
Can't put that in your system. Mm-hmm. I think I stopped eating shrimp when I was like 15, and I figured out what shrimp eat. It's like, oh wait, so why am I eating this?
Yeah, it was like with me. I might have eaten seafood sometimes, but me and my sister, when growing up in New York, we didn't really eat seafood like that because, you know, it's like you only eat seafood when you were in the Dominican Republic because you know it's fresh.
Correct.
In New York, you know, and then maybe down south or something like that. I had to explain this to my wife. I might eat fish or whatever, but at the same time, you know they ain't fresh.
I can eat fish. It's whatever, but shellfish. You're not supposed to eat shellfish after it's been dead for 24 hours. Like there's a problem there.
Wow.
Like the bacteria that grows in it's just too crazy. And then you're eating it and it has no real nutrients either. Like it's an okie doke. It's the okie doke challenge.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you want to get got, eat 48-hour shellfish. You'll see how bad your stomach is gonna get if you survive it.
Trust me. It was like with me when I was in Boston. I was like, okay, I wanted to try some Boston food. It was like oysters and stuff. Like, nope.
Oysters. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Exactly. I never tasted that a day in my life, and I don't plan to.
Oysters is dangerous.
Yeah. The only fish you will ever see me eat is salmon, and that's it.
Salmon is good.
Exactly.
Green seasons. I hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's the beauty of me personally being a cook, that I can literally cook anything, and I like it that way.
Yeah.
I'll chef up my own food and call it a day.
Got you.
Right. You want to guarantee a fresh catch. So you want to eat seafood by the seaport, beach town. I'm saying you don't want to be all the way in the Midwest where there's nothing but tornadoes. There's not a body of water in sight. Oh, welcome to the shellfish factory. I don't think so, buddy.
Nope.
Because there's no way that you went and traveled 17 hours to go fish that, and then traveled 17 hours back, and now you want to sell me this. Like, it's been over 24 hours. What are you trying to cook?
Yeah, pretty much. That's why I'm like, you will never see me live in the Midwest.
Nope. The Midwest is good for their burgers because there's a bunch of cows over there, and their pizza. So keep it like that.
Yeah. The only place I could say that in the Midwest that they would only have fish will be like in the Illinois and Michigan area, I believe. But that's it.
I mean, Lake Erie was my backyard when I was living in Cleveland. So there's parts that, people can catch some good fish and all that good stuff. But if you're in an area that doesn't necessarily have a body of water, why are you trying to eat fish in those places? If that fish needs to be brought from somewhere else and it's probably flash frozen or whatever it is, it's not going to be good for you. It's just not.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
Yeah.
And, and since we're talking about seafood, that's something that a lot of people that, go touristing around, that's a lot of things. That's something that a lot of tourists try to sit down and eat, seafood and stuff. And that's one of the quickest okie dokes. Seafood can actually stun you to where you're just stunned there sitting in a bench that you just ate, and you can't even move. Anybody could just come and walk up to you, grab your stuff, and walk off. And you can't even move or nothing because you're stunned from the fish.
Right.
So I would call it a temporary paralysis. Like what happened? Oh, there was a little bit of poison in that fish, so your body's in shock and you can't move for the next 10 minutes. Maybe I shouldn't have brought all this stuff with me then. You got people pickpocketing you right there in front of your face. You're like, I can't move.
Yep.
The police in the corner looking at everything happening, just laughing. Huh, look at that tourist getting robbed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Ill Subways with seafood. Ill.
Exactly. No.
What in rotten tarhoonies is that?
No.
Yeah, this is why I stopped eating all of that stuff anyway. They could simulate, stimulate, imitate. I'm good. I'll be all right. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, I'll be all right. I'm good.
Right.
No way.
Mm-mm.
Subways, eat fresh. Yeah, not no fresh fish.
Nah, you know what? I stopped. I'm gonna be honest. Subway is gonna be like in the last thing I will say. Okay, my wife might get it or whatsoever, but ever since Mr. Predator went to jail, I don't
Oh,
see the
wow.
I don't see the appeal of you know of that brand whatsoever.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
The man that inspired a lot of people to lose weight.
Which it turned out to be, which it turned out that this stuff was actually, it might have been true, but it might have been a gimmick also.
Of course.
Yeah. And then to hear this news and how it broke down and stuff, like, wow. That goes to show you. A nice face is not always a nice face.
That is the truth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Sandwich Man.
Yeah, literally.
Mr. Sandwich Man, creeper.
Yep. And then he got knocked out and folded like a sandwich.
Yo, that's crazy. Yo, I remember the newspaper said, I hope Jay's enjoying a footlong in jail. I was like, hey, yo. I was like, hey, yo, kids are looking at this newspaper, man.
Man, these dudes don't care because they think they're talking to the adults.
Yo, oh my gosh. I was like, wow, they violated. I mean, I get it. No one's happy with finding out a discovery of that type. But at the same token, it's like, really?
Yeah.
Like, oh, and to the creeper, we hope he's enjoying a footlong in jail. It's like, yo, my man.
yo.
Like slow
really?
your roll.
Yeah.
Slow your roll. Like how you make that the main column of the newspaper and it's on the front page.
Yeah. Too many double entendres.
Shit. Too many double entendres, man. Yeah, I've seen that people creating foods out of cold water and mixtures of food coloring and hydrogenated substances. It's like, what are y'all doing? Y'all really think that y'all can eat that and be perfectly fine?
Yeah, it was like this comic by the name, this comic / rapper by the name of Ron Suno, right? He's from, what's that joint called? Co-op City, right?
Okay.
So since he's from Co-op City and everything like that, he had like one of his Instagrams. It was like, what the heck are you doing? You making hydrogen? He was making a joke like that because all they was doing was cutting water, freezing water, cutting cubes, and then just making it like you making oxygen. I was like, yo, they're doing too much, man. Straight up.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh. When you think about it, the West does its own creating of food. Use needed food coloring, water, juice powder like Kool-Aid and perfume. That is the truth.
Yep.
It's the mixing of the elements.
Mm-hmm.
The elemental surprise. Oh, because it tastes good, you think it's good. No, not really.
Nope.
I saw a documentary the other day that strawberry flavored foods come from parts of animals that are very disgusting.
I saw that.
Ew. Was it honey?
Yeah,
honey badger butthole, something like that. Beaver's butthole.
Yo! What the heck? When I saw that, I was like, yo. Yo. Then when they make the joke about it, I was like, yo.
No more strawberries for me.
Again.
Yep. If it ain't natural strawberries, then I'm making something on my own. Ain't no more natural strawberry flavoring in anything. I'm Gucci.
Yeah, pretty much.
Miss me with that stuff.
Yep.
Marshmallows. Yeah, marshmallows are made of animal fat, gluten.
Yeah.
You know, bone marrow from animals. It's like gummy bears and stuff like that. People would be surprised if they actually found out what they're eating is what it's made of. Very, very not good.
Right.
The only candies and sweets that I trust are ones that I know how to make myself. That obviously they have sugar in it, but it's a process that you're processing it yourself in a certain way, as opposed to it being processed through 20 different chemicals for it to even taste good for your brain to think that it tastes good. Like, have you ever ate something that you thought tasted good, but then when it starts going down the back of your palate, it has an aftertaste? That aftertaste is the original taste of what that food is. That first taste you got was a chemical spray to offset the fact that you were going to taste this stuff later.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to raised food standards. Oh my gosh, I don't know about that.
Yo, you know what's funny? I'm going to tell you. Yo, yo te doy un chiste, manito.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, right?
Yeah.
And remember back in the day, Jack in the Box that used to be up on Story in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
I used to think that was the best thing in the world. Jack in the Box. I didn't know better. But then after the years that came down and, the building started getting rotten and everything like that, and they just moved it over, made a couple of stores and everything like that. It was like to the point that, when I read up on it, it was like they were feeding horse instead of actual cow meat. And that's how Jack in the Box got in trouble. You will never see it again in New York. And then us being kids at that time, they was like, oh, Jack in the Box is rat burgers, yo.
I mean, listen, the whole rat burger concept came from Demolition Man.
Mm-hmm.
And which was a great movie, by the way.
Yep.
And it's sad, but in a post-apocalyptic future of what any country could be, all animals are considered meat. So it's just sad that we would have to de-escalate to eating a rat burger, well done, or whatever it is. It's just, wow. Like, we really destroyed the last of the cows, and now we have to literally chow down on a rat burger because there's no more cows left. That's just sad.
I know, right?
That's really sad.
Pretty much.
It's crazy how most of these major companies that sell fast food, the ground meat that they use to make their burgers is more from. It's said that it's been reported that it's more than one animal. More than one animal doesn't mean more than one cow.
Yeah.
More than one animal means more than one species of animal.
Yeah.
This is why I don't eat fast food.
I'm like with me, right? There's one thing that I would actually like to taste, and it might be, I don't know if elk tastes the same as deer, because I actually had my first deer like 2 years ago.
Parador is good.
Yeah.
It's like Bayer. We don't have that, Bill. Parador, that takes me back.
Yeah, because I just went up and I ate that like 2 years ago. Because my mother-in-law lives up in Upper Pennsylvania, and they sell that over there. It was like, oh, we got that. Hey, that cocinado venado. I was like, oh, okay. I ate it.
It's good stuff.
And I actually thought that joint was beef.
It's pretty good. The younger it is, the better. The meat is more tender. The older it is, it's going to be tougher because those muscles, evolved.
Right.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How old am I? I'm as old as... Oh, I have a headache. Does anyone have any Anacin?
Right, pretty much.
Anacin was the old school Tylenols. And it came in a powdered form.
Yep.
Like BC powder.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anacin. Wow.
Yeah, what my mom used to do whenever she had a headache, she used to use
Bay
rum, and that was it.
Bay rum.
Yeah, that's how you know I'm from San Pedro.
For real. The rum is made by the San Pedro de Macorís distillery factory for Titico Carrion.
Yep.
Which was right across the street from your mama's place. May she rest in power.
Amen.
Oh, man. La Trinitaria y la Independencia, right there. Congo.
Yep.
I spoke to my dad yesterday. I was asking him what's up. Like, yo, you've been quiet. And he's like, I'm going to be honest with you, Pete. I thought I was going to die. So I don't want to talk to nobody because I wanted to make sure that I was good first. I'm like, yeah, but you can't do that to me because I'm your son. You got to tell me if something's going on wrong so I could pray for you. He started laughing. He's like, thank you for having faith. And I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You know what's going on over here.
Right.
I got faith for 3 reasons, bro. That's why I'm never going to run out of faith. I got faith for 3 reasons.
Yeah.
God saved me. That's a boost of faith. God saved my dad. That's a boost of faith.
Yeah.
God saved my grandfather. That's a super boost of faith. So I got faith for 3 reasons. I'm good.
Yeah.
My grandpa wasn't even Catholic. Like, his wife was a devoted Catholic. And she would tell us, you see that church across the street? That's the real Church of God. See that church we go to over there? That's a commercial church. We only go there because it's easy to live the curriculum. I'm like, wow. Thanks for the enlightenment.
Wow.
The commercial church where you can sin from Monday to Saturday and then on Sunday be like, I'm forgiven. Oh, okay, cool. Everybody wants to go to that church. You're only responsible for your sins on one day. That don't sound right to me.
Right.
But then again, what would I know? What would I know? All I know is that we're always quick to cast judgment and not analyze first what's going on. So I like to sit down and analyze what's going on first before I start casting judgment.
Right.
Does anybody still give their kids spoons of castor oil? Nah, just take away their PlayStation and they cry like babies now.
I mean, me personally, I grew up on castor oil. That was nasty as crap. So therefore, my mother had to go around and mix that joint with the Malta.
Yeah, bro, but look how strong you are, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're literally 6'4", built like a stack of bricks because of that castor oil.
Yeah, that, and you. All right, I'm gonna go tell you a secret, right?
Yeah.
And I guess it's for, I guess we could think about it or whatever. While me and my sister, while other kids were, drinking Kool-Aid and everything like that.
Yeah.
Me and my sister, we actually just went up and had milk.
Right.
Meaning that me and her, we just drank whatever and everything. And I guess that aided to me being tall, because I never thought I was gonna be this tall. I'm gonna be honest. I was just like, okay, like you tall. I'm like, what?
When I met you, bro, I was like, yo, you tall as shit. You looked at me like, oh, I thought you'd be tall. I'm like, don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Yo, I'm just saying.
I'm 5'10", man. I don't want to be any taller than this. I thought you'd be tall. I'm like, don't say that. I already say you're tall as shit. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Not in front of my wife. Don't say that. Yo, but how cool was it meeting you, bro, for the first time, bro? It was a vibe. That was a whole vibe. It was like I hadn't seen you my whole life, but I knew who you were and you knew who I was. That was just cool.
Exactly. Yo,
that was cool as shit, bro.
It was like, imagine you didn't see your best friend in 25 years.
It's a long lost cousin.
Energy. Exactly.
Yo, it was that same energy, man. For real. It was for real, for real. That's why I was happy when you came to the house the other day. Wifey was surprised as hell. Like, your bro is here? I'm like, yeah, my bro is here. What? He came from PA? Yeah. I'm like, no, he flew from PA. Of course he came from PA.
Yeah.
He came from PA. No, he teleported over here. What a dumbass question is that? Oh, he came from he didn't do that.
Yeah, because you know what? I was like, hey, let me see my homie. I'm glad I did.
For real, bro.
Yep.
Maybe after the show, if you still have energy, give you a quick fresh up on the 12 steps.
I don't think I'll have energy because the wife is going to be calling me ASAP. But tomorrow.
All right.
Sabe, manito. Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully, I don't have to deal with a bunch of nonsense.
Just pray on it.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, skeleton. It been a bit since I went to service, but forget the club. Local churches has long since been a pickup joint. Oh Lord.
Well, that didn't work out for me. So
I know that when I was in San Pedro, the San Pedro Apostol Church was definitely a pickup spot.
Yeah, every time I went to the Ladu Church, that was not happening. I could tell you that much.
Oh wow, that's wild. Or more correctly said, he shortchanged the agreed amount because he felt like it. Wow. That's yeah, I'm not even gonna call that manipulation. I want to call that something else. That's thievery. That's thievery to the freaking third degree.
Pretty much.
You Autumn Tiefenstein.
Yep. Like you thief them.
Huh?
Like, yeah, but you thief them. That thief boy. I was like, yeah.
That person needs to repent again.
Yeah, that ain't good in the church. So.
Yeah, if I would have knew that person, I would have told that person, you need to repent again.
Pretty much.
The love of the Lord isn't in you, man, because look what you're doing out here.
Yeah, stealing from the church.
You need to repent.
Mm-hmm.
Rip off Enterprise. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yo, look at all this dog here. Look at this blanket. This space, bro.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't set a minimum of what people put in the donation basket. That's blasphemy.
Yo, Dad, I'm like, okay, if I have it, I have it. I don't, I'm not gonna go around and be like, hey, you gotta go around and put. I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to this church.
I mean, I remember literally the only parable that Jesus said about, that one lady that came inside the synagogue and she put her last 2 pennies, but those were her last 2 pennies. You know what I'm saying? And the other people were making fun of her because they were giving out so much pocket change. And they're like, oh, look at this lady. She only put 2 pennies. He's like, let me tell you right now, may the truth be the truth be the truth. That person gave more than all of y'all. She gave her last 2 pennies.
Yeah.
All y'all did was give from the pocket change that's petty cash. Like, wow.
Right. Yep.
Wow. What can we say? Business is good. Because obviously that's not a place of worship anymore. That's a business.
Yeah. And you have a lot of other
religious establishments that's having the same problem. I was like, okay. Like just the other day, a lady went up and tried to give me a Falun Gong flyer. I was like, I seen the play. Shen Yong. It was a great play, but no.
They were hella judgy on the dono basket. I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Tomorrow's Friday, so it'll be the last day in the few days that I have to wake up early.
Right.
Saturday and Sunday, I am waking up at 9, 10 o'clock just because.
Right.
Just because. Not just because, but just because. Let's go to 1425. I've gotten so familiar to these beats that I could just start freestyling on any one of them.
Right. Oh yeah, shout out to Smitty in the city for making those beats. I'm always gonna give credit to him. That's my cousin right there.
Shout out.
Yeah.
We joined the church a few years back after a bad breakup. That could happen in church. There was almost as bad as the breakup prior. Wow.
Well, you know what they say. I mean, we have women that go through a lot of relationship issues. I did at one point. And you know one thing I could actually say though?
Yeah.
I could say with all my struggles and everything like that, I didn't fight over a lady that didn't shave. So therefore, that's all I got to say.
I am gonna not say a damn word because
I'm just gonna say that. But
that's
other than
one
that,
yeah, that's one of those situations.
Yeah, because it's like this. I went up and I wrote a motivational meme, right? And it was like, okay, for all you young guys, and you think that a chick that broke your heart was rough. Imagine being back in the olden times, and you're having a fist fight over a female that had a beard longer than yours. I had like maybe 50 laughs because of that joint. I was like, yo. I just be coming up with.
It's wow, it's wow. Imagine getting into a fist fight over a female with a beard longer than yours. How about I don't? I mean, I'm just saying, like, maybe it would favor me not.
Yeah, no.
Maybe it would just favor me not to. That's wild.
Yep.
That's wild in a different, in a whole different category.
Yeah.
You know, when they say that's a whole different level of weird, that's a whole different level of weird.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, man.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I'm over here thinking, man, like this. There's been so many things going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's facts. They're not automatically good people just because they're in a congregation. Let us not forget that the enemy knows the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Let us not forget that just because you're in church, it doesn't mean that everybody that's in there is delivered, and not everybody's free. A lot of people still possess demons in their system, and most people possess it and don't even know that they have it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it's just one of those, man.
Yep.
So this is not working for me for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. Do-do-do-be-do, but I don't know why. I wonder if this isn't working because it's on the wrong settings. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. That's drinking something. Don't mess with me. No. You know what I'm doing, but there it's not okay. That's right. That's okay. All those people back then that want to do pretend. Hey, you know what I say. What is going on over here? Okay, I'm gonna have to go into the main settings over here. There's been an update, and now we live in a time where you get an update to a program, and whatever it was before it updated, now it just stops working.
Right.
I'm like, it was working before the update. Why does it now not work because of this update? And then I've learned via a friend that he makes Android games.
All right.
He explained to me that, you know, the servers, depending on how much server space you have and how many people get connected to your servers, what they do is that they detach the server line that's connected to the old patch and connect it directly to the new patch update. So if you have an old one and you try to log in, it won't accept your login because it's been discontinued. I'm like, so these apps aren't really standalone. They depend on network for everything. Yes, all apps depend on network for everything. Not necessarily. There is no real apps that are standalone unless they're gigabytes big. If you have an app that's 2 gigabytes big, let's say FL Studio for the phone is like almost 3 gigabytes.
Right.
Because it's a standalone. It doesn't require you being on the network or on the internet for you to put down, the sounds that are already available and you put them together and you produce something.
Right.
But that's wild. A lot of apps that seem small, that don't require a lot of space. Once you download it, it's like, oh, we have to download extra content, and we have to download this and download that. I thought this game was only 300 megabytes big. It turned out to be a whole gigabyte. What's going on here?
Yeah, I know.
Massive updates all the time and all types of stuff. It's bogus.
Yep.
Bogus.
Pretty much.
Okay, so this one is outdated. All right, that's what's going on. Let us commence upgradation in Steam. Let us upgrade in Steam the new Appenbeigen. That's how me and a friend that I know since 4th grade talk. And we talk so fast like that people that are only hearing the last of what we're saying will really think we're speaking in German.
Yeah.
Yo, Skeleton, when I was in service, that I was 178 pounds, just nothing but fiber. Yeah, when I used to swag up and deck out, I used to get turn heads too. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like the black Italian Fabio with the long ass hair. It's like, oh snap, who's that guy over here with long hair? Taino Jesus.
Yeah. You know what's funny? It was like I had long hair too, even though my mother never really approved of it. Because of the obvious Spanish reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then when she saw that a lot of women were paying attention to me, she couldn't say nothing.
Where's the defense?
Pretty much. I'm like, yo. At first she was like, if it's like this, I don't know about you, Pete, but I grew up with Trujillo era parents. You get what I'm trying to say?
Right.
Yeah.
That part.
So you know how so you know how they rolled.
Strictly.
It was like you're not gonna go around and do what you gotta do. Well,
or what you want to do. No,
we think that's a certain. Well, yeah, that's like we think that certain people, they wear their hair just like that, and we don't approve of it. I'm like, okay, I did it anyway, and then I didn't get like how certain people they rebel with tattoos and everything like that. Grew my hair. And yeah.
Right, there you go.
So that's what I did.
Everything is working. So you grew your hair as a rebellion, as opposed to how people were getting tattoos and stuff.
Yeah, and then on top of it, when I saw females are paying more attention to me with that, I was like, God, let it grow.
Jesus time.
But then when I was younger, I didn't know how to take care of my hair. So when I went to the Dominicans, I was like, oh yeah. You have to cortar de punto. So I started cutting the punto,
man. I remember getting a series of rocks and knots in my head. Like, what's going on over here?
Yeah.
Over here combing my hair 100 times a day, and then next thing you know, because I slept wrong on the pillow, I got a whole bunch of knots in my hair. I didn't like that. Or because I put my hair into a cap, put it into a hat, or a scully. Next thing you know, my hair's rocked. I'm like, I don't like that. You know what they call matted.
Yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Like, what happened to my hair, man? My hair was fine. Not no more.
Yep.
It used to be fine. Lives around the corner. You're all the way around the way now.
Yep.
For real. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully, if I coordinate everything, I should have my boy Toro Ocho tomorrow. You know what I mean?
That's wild. They went to school with a cutlass. Went to school with a machete, basically.
Well, I could say that would have been a dream. I mean,
I've gone to places that were schools with a machete, but I couldn't go to my school with a machete because I went to a private school, and I went to Juan Pablo Duarte when I was in San Pedro. You can't go to Juan Pablo Duarte with a machete. The cops will take you away.
Pretty much.
That's ASAP Rocky. Yeah, I'm 43 already.
Yeah. I just turned 42.
Yeah, childhood seems like it was 30 years ago, but to the mind, it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe to me, not so much yesterday, because when I think of yesterday, I'm in the battlefield, and it's like, I wasn't a kid. I wasn't a kid for that.
Yep.
Spiked punch.
Yep. Tell you the truth. When I first started drinking alcohol, I was like 16.
Yeah, I was a jit.
And I was like, and the thing is though, I just ran up in the Bronx. Since I had the height, I was like, yo, just give me some beer. I just want to pay for the beer and that's it. Those were the good old days before all that school booming crap. And the school booming, that's what changed up. They're like, hey, we got to card you now. I'm like, I was 21. Imagine being 27 and you still getting carded. And by the same dude that you went to the store for. I'm like, yo, bro, you saw me yesterday. They're like, well, I'm sorry, but you look way younger. I'm like, how? I showed you my ID yesterday, bro. You should have known me by now.
Yeah, I think it was like 2 years ago. Someone tried to ask me for my ID, and I'm like, for what? Like, dude, I'm 41 years old. Cut that out. He's like, you're what? No way. I'm like, my man, I just said cut that out. I'm an 82 baby, not 2002 baby. Like, cut it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Most I'm about to take it down, bro.
All right.
Yeah. So, the gist of this conversation, everybody, do your due diligence when you go into a foreign country.
For real.
And and anybody who's listening, I want to make sure that all y'all are safe. I don't want to hear you in the news, and I don't want to see you in a TV special.
Yeah, don't become a statistic. You know what I'm saying? If you end up in a foreign country visiting or whatever, and you see some martial arts temples and stuff, familiarize yourself with the people that go to these martial arts places, and these people will semi have your back, around the way. Not saying per se trust the locals, but trust the local martial artists.
Right.
So, like always, on my end, stay woke, stay vigilant, stay safe, protect yourself. Us.
Yeah, us.
Watch out for fake churches and fake dojos.
Pretty much.
Blessings to all. Blessings to the mods. If you're watching us from other platforms, remember to pass by the YouTube, hit the like, leave a comment, leave a question. Obviously, we're not going to get to it in this session, but we will get to it on the next. Have a blessed one, y'all.
Peace. Well, that is it, folks. Make sure that you stay safe. And also, this has been a special Open Topics with Don Armando. Peace.